hello, hello, hello. I have the sickness. Excuse me. Ugh. I apologize in advance for I'm gonna end up sounding all day. Putting away everything absolutely that I absolutely don't need while I collect collect all the wood and stone. I let the machine run overnight to gather resources, and there's going to be a lot of stone. I think I'll save the wood for now and stockpile a little bit. Oh, that's full. My item area is overflowing. Oh yeah, this is going to be a lot of stone. Oh, I missed him. Got him. So much rosin. This is music. Things are coming up. Oh man, so much stuff. Oops. Okay, I have a bunch of extra boxes of wood now. Oh my god. Hi Dev, how's it going? How's your morning treating you? Unless it's not morning wherever you are, then how is your day going? If you're familiar with Valheim, you see I got a Grey Dwarf farm going, and I have so many materials. Hi Austin, how's it going for you today? I got a lot of materials here. That's good. I'm glad it's going good for you. My morning just started about an hour ago. I got a bit of a head cold thing going, so you know, fun. But it won't stop the stream. And it won't stop me on Valheim. I've been working on this city build this week, and I realized that I was going to be running out of stone if I kept going the way I was even one more day. So I had to go use my farm overnight, let my character AFK, and now I'm sorting through the pile of materials to get to just the stone. Won't take but a few minutes, and then back to building. Moving on. How I've been, say I'm great. So many materials. Too bad I don't actually need all this wood right now. Ask me how I've been. I say I'm great. Under my skin, not okay. Another day in the kingdom of fear. Almost there. Probably like halfway through. I guess one thing I could do is put bigger boxes here. Another day in the kingdom of fear. Ooh, so much stuff. I don't know what I want to build next in the city. I do need to fish so that I can fill up the fisher's market with stuff. I need to put food and drinks all throughout the tavern and some barrels. Come back home till they're singing la. So much stuff to destroy. Back at home. There we go. Place. Some point soon, I will have to go back into the Ashlands and see if I can't get some more bloodstones and see if I can't find the mini boss that's out there. I guess I could also, since I, can do whatever I want with my time, since we've got 3 months before the update, I could make sure that every set of gear I would be using, like my flaw metal gear and the magic set, I could make sure that those things are stacked, have them be maxed out. Can wait till I get home. Let's see. Plop, 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 plop. Hey, Era, how's it going? This is called Valheim. Have you ever heard of it before or seen it at all? Apologies for my super stuffy nose way of talking. We could just be friends. There we go. So it came out on PC, probably like 5 years ago. It is a Viking, survival type game with, I guess like a, what do they call it? I don't remember what they call that type of combat where it's like, you can sword and shield and you judge the enemy's attack. Elden Ring, I think, is one that people like to compare games to a lot. But I guess it's not as difficult as Elden Ring. I do believe that they have a console edition if you're not a PC gamer. The game is technically in early access, and it goes to full release in 3 months. They just announced. It's a really great game. You're catching me at a bit of a boring time because do you ever play Minecraft or anything like that? Familiar with how you can do like AFK farms in Minecraft? If you are unfamiliar, in Minecraft and some other survival or sandbox type games, there's often ways that you can set up some sort of a respawnable monster system where you build it in a way that they end up dying. Okay, so if you're familiar with Minecraft, then you would know like zombie farms for flesh, general mob grinders, skeletons for bones, those kinds of auto farm systems. This is virtually the same. On the other side of this big stone wall here, there's a little bit of purple smoke you can kind of see right in there. There's what's called a gray dwarf nest in there, which is basically like a spawner cage from Minecraft for these gray dwarf guys. These gray dwarf guys, their natural habitat is this black forest biome that you can see all this thick tree area. That's their natural area. But these spawners are designed to check basically, is there any gray dwarves in the area? If so, don't spawn. And if there's less than, I think, 3 or 4, then spawn, more. So I basically, me and a bunch of other people use the same similar design. You basically set it up to where you cage in the area. Getting a call. Hold on 1 second. Hello? So anyway, the point is just that this is a mob grinder that I used overnight, and the monsters spawn, die, leave their materials on the ground for me, and I get to carry on. My wife just called. She took the kids to the park, and one of my kids has like a tennis practice thing. And the other one needs to use the restroom, and they don't have a restroom there. So what I'm going to do is AFK for like 10 minutes, and then I'll be back. I will put this character in a position to show what the farm does, in case you want to see what that does. I intend on playing other games, but I've just been mostly streaming Valheim every day for like 6 weeks or something now. A little bit of Escape from Tarkov in the evenings, but mostly just doing Valheim. It's my for sure go-to. Okay. I got to AFK for about 10 minutes. If you're not here when I get back, totally understand. If you are, that'd be awesome. Either way, thanks for stopping through. And I'll be back in just a little bit. I have returned. Was able to take my kid to the restroom and return her to the park. What? Okay. Gotta feel you in my bone. All right. Let me finish clearing this out. I don't mind. Taking on it down to be take a time. Buddy. This way. I didn't realize how big this game is in like Germany. Trouble. When you're living in a bubble, so what do you do? Wow, I actually went through 6 boxes of wood and 3 big boxes of stone. Alright. I'll cry. Am I? Here we go. Once more into the breach. Ain't it good? I'm a crying. I'm a... Do this. Up on the door the other day. Hey Sushi, how's it going? Ooh, I had to mute for a second so that I could parent a child. The oldest one has had a habit lately of not doing chores. Oh no, a power outage. Did something happen, or is it like a planned outage for upgrades, or is it a heat thing? Because here in California, we've got some places that are going to start experiencing heat-based outages where they turn off power in certain areas to help reduce the chance of like overloading a region, and also because of fire potential on these particularly hot and dry days that we're going to experience. Dry and true. Did you end up finding any more swamps and find any crypts, or not yet? I lost fucking. Ah, I see. So when I'm looking for swamps, usually what I'll do is get on my boat and start boating. And then once you see a swamp, basically don't get too close, right? You don't want monsters coming out to you. So still stay a good distance away. But I usually will get close enough that the map reveals, the edge of the swampland. And then I will travel by boat for the entire length of the swamp for as long as it is. And that way I have a decent idea of how wide or how far it goes. And then depending on the swamp, sometimes you can see like deep into it, look back a ways, depending on how full it is of trees. Give you an idea of just how big it is. The last swamp I found, I think I was able to pinpoint like 12 crypts that I could see from where I was boating by in the ocean, and there ended up being like 8 more once we got in there and explored. Oh, that's all the stone. So boats aren't too bad. I can give you a little rundown. We go drop off this stone and then I'll go out to my boat. They all work the same in terms of the controls, but the smallest boat, the Carve, is the smallest one, the one that you would have access to through bronze nails. That is faster than the raft, but slower than, its larger counterparts. So grab the rudder, and the first thing you'll look at is the wind on the side, and you can see how it's pointing at the side of the boat. If you press back once, you see the one downward arrow at the steering wheel. That means I'm using that rudder there, and I'm paddling to go backwards. And if I do one forward tap, then I'll be paddling to go forward. I'll show you how to deal with the wind. Yeah, sometimes you have a headwind where the wind is facing you. So there's, I don't know what it's called in actual, boating terminology, but there is a thing you can do. I have a lot of fish stuck on this this walkway over here. Okay, so you see how the wind is against me here? If I wanted to go straight across, I can't use the wind to do it. I would just have to rudder paddle all the way there, and that is going to be tedious. So there's a zigzag technique that you can use. Depending on where you are in the ocean and how much space you have, what you do is you turn to the side until just barely that wind icon goes white, and then you ride the wind that direction. Now it's not really pointing me towards where I want to go, but what you can do is you can boat this way for a while, and then you can hard turn and sail across sideways. So you see the angle that I'm going at here? I'm going to end up over here, right? So we're going to just boat it this direction for a minute. And we're imagining that I want to go here to this plains portion, right? If I want to get the boat to go directly to that. So now that we're getting close to that land over there, I'm going to switch to rudder, and then I'm going to hard turn and go all the way to the other side so that the wind is just barely picking up. As soon as the wind picks up, I'm going to go back to straight line and full sail. So you see I'm going completely sideways. Last time I was driving at this angle. If it were a clock, I would have been going at the 11 o'clock direction. Now I'm going at the 3 o'clock direction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to boat past until around here. Then I will turn the boat again, and I will have performed one large Z shape in order to get to the point that I want to get to, even though the wind was against me. So we'll boat past to about here. Does that make sense? So you're turning the boat sideways, and you're not going directly at the thing you want, but you're going at an angle in that general direction. So this was northwest, and now I'm going, directly east, but then I'll get to go northwest again. So a little bit further right here. So I'm going to switch back to rudder. This was honestly just years of practice in Valheim. It was one of those things that I played with it enough until I could figure out how to manage. And I think it's still way quicker if you have the wind going in favor of what you're doing. So sometimes you might pick what you're doing based on if the wind is favorable or not. But There's also a way to change the wind direction later. Oops, didn't mean to click that. So you can see we're pointed right at it now. We've got the wind going with us on the side. So now we're good to go to get there. And the wind was against us in the straight forward direction, but it worked out. I'm gonna head back. Yeah, it was probably sometime in those first few months of owning the game where I just kind of played with it and was like, just kind of surprised to find out that I could zigzag and get where I wanted to go. It wasn't the fastest, but it's definitely faster than paddling and trying to use that method. The only time it doesn't really work is if you're too close to land to be able to properly zigzag. So it's not a perfect technique. It's got its issues, but for the most part, it works out the way you want. I was curious how this would look approaching from boat. Too foggy. I have not messed with anything on figuring any of that out yet. I mostly just set myself up to get streaming and go from there. I haven't figured out anything in that regard yet. Especially because it's so complicated sometimes between YouTube and Twitch. And initially I was also streaming to Kick, but I decided to not bother including Kick. The couple games that I do play, it didn't seem as though there was any attention on Kick for those games, so it felt moot to bother. Let's see. I want to put a sword on the wall in the tavern. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do the bronze axe and the bronze buckler. Gave up who I am for who you wanted to be. I think you took off before I had completed these, but I ended up getting 2 buildings done yesterday. Mostly done, I should say. Like, they're built. This one I actually need to do a little bit of wood on the trim. I just realized. Mostly built. The exception is that I didn't add in any food or drink in here yet. And this is a tavern, so I'm going to need to. I was trying to think. I was thinking about how I can include something that, I guess maybe I could put barrels here on the edge of the bar, and I could get rid of this stool. And that would make it appear as though those are the kegs he might be pouring from. Here, let me put this sword up here. This is a mod that I have that lets me do this. Oh, see, this is something that happens on some of these sometimes. The buckler, it is... So the mod that I have here, it's using like the center point of the object, in this case the shield. It's using this very center point as the anchor for how to attach to where I'm trying to attach it to. In this case, I'm trying to put it on this wall. So one thing I sometimes have to do as a workaround is put another block. You see how it's like slightly off-centered? It's not sticking out just a little bit. This is a workaround because of this, the way that this is doing things. So now if I go like this with both of these items, and then I break the top one, there. Now they're shining through like they should. Weird little gimmick to do a workaround for it. Let me see. I need... Put that away. I need a couple regular wood. I wanted to do... this. Boop, boop. I forgot about this initially. That, and then one up. Like that. And then this side I think is the steep one. Yep. And then a shallow one here. Yeah, I did this roof different than I had done any before, where it's got both a steep angle and a shallow angle. There we go. That adds a little extra flavor to these. I need a little bit of fine wood because we're gonna do. Oh, you know what? Let me get a piece of coal too. Did your power company say anything about when you'll have power back? No, I do not have that mod. That's interesting, though. My guess is that it would be like within a certain radius of you that you can craft from inside the containers. I don't have any more coal over here, surprisingly. We're gonna do another dragon head deal. I have to grab some more coal. No, I don't have that mod. I've got, I tried to just do quality of life things. I don't mind running back and forth for the building, but also that would be kind of nice. I might look at that, actually. Let's see. I was also looking at like the inventory slot one where you can have all of your craft from containers. There's two different versions. This one says it's got 52,000 downloads. This one says it has 109,000. Craft, build, smelt, cook, fuel, pull from containers. I wonder if this requires the server to have it also. Oh, Undead Army. Crap. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, 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 There's no stopping me. Let me go see. If it's just an undead army marching, then I shouldn't have too much issue because it's just some monsters that are going to walk up and not know how to get to me, and then they'll dissipate. Oh, there they are. Oh, he's a dead skeleton now. Rendell 0449. Okay, yeah, I see that one. That is the one with more downloads when I was looking at the two options here. Got twice as many downloads as the other one does. There we go. Yeah, we can give that a try. I will see if it requires the server to have it, then I will remove it until I get a chance to talk to the other guy that plays on the server with me, the other guys, just so that they know about it beforehand and they're not like locked out or surprised by it. Because sometimes when the server requires it, if a player doesn't have it, it will prevent them from joining the server. And I don't want them to be like, why can't I play? I want to play. Let me dump the sap here. Oh, that reminds me. You know what? Let's save that for now because let me get that mod installed real quick and then go from there. Because that would be very useful to not have to run back and forth so much or like be absurdly overweight trying to carry enough stuff to do what I'm trying to do build wise. All right, getting the game launched. Okay. I have a weatherware one already that disables the weather rot. I do 100% agree that weather rot should not exist because it's moot and all it does is make your stuff look ugly. Okay. Let's see if how does it. Oh, it has an option for adding max items. Nice. Okay. That is real nice because that reached into those boxes. How far can it reach? What? Where was it? Well, at least you have your thing. Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna put sap and eat here in this box. See if it reaches. Okay, that is not in range. Let me look. I've got a mod that lets me look at configurations. Craft from containers. Container range 10 I'm assuming that's 10 meters. Joe connections will display to nearby workstations within range when building containers. Oh, okay. So if I wanted to build a box like this, what is the visual? I don't see it connecting to a container. Or oh yeah, I think that is going to be an extremely helpful mod to get used to, but um station connections. Container types lets you ignore container types. Oh, my buddy connected to the server. The one that lets you edit the mod configs in game is called Valheim Configuration Manager. And it works for any mod that has a config file that you can edit. Not every one of them does. So craft from containers, I can increase the range. Let's try increasing it to 20. Okay. Okay, with a range of 20, it can reach the materials. Although, oh yeah, it didn't even pull those ones, okay. Yeah, that's great. That's going to be super helpful, especially because I can just shift click to autofill from an area and not have to mess with the distance. Not have to mess with grabbing the refills and all of that. That'd be great. I have so much iron now, and I love it. Okay, let me go dump this meat over here. Let me look at the mod manager. It is called Configuration Manager by Shut It Now. Here, I will copy the link to the one that I did. There you go. That's the exact one that I used. Hello, Destructive Grimmy. That's a good name. I don't need skeleton heads right now. I have far too many of these charred bones that I don't know that I have a use for them. So I'm going to just dump them in this box as a eventually destroy. I needed more coal. Let me bring more coal over to the other box because I've got far too much coal. Pope. Yeah, that's pretty nifty. I probably don't need that much coal on my person going back over there. Um, in this world, I honestly don't know. But we're on something like day 2500 or something. Um, yeah, I'd have a hard time guessing. So it's a server with me and two others. Um, there's been times where they've been on and I haven't, and vice versa. So, uh, oh yeah, I forgot Soji. Forgot about that. Well, it's called Configuration Manager. So if you send yourself like a message about it or put it in like a notepad or send yourself an email on your phone, then you can, save that for later. Um, yeah, it's hard to say how long I've been in this world because it's been active for months. Let me try and look back and actually I can search in the DMs with my friend. Uh, my buddy that one of the guys that plays here, I would have DM'd him when we started, uh, like the information for the server and stuff. So I can look back and find out actually, how long ago it was that I started this world. But number of actual hours in it, I don't know. Let me see. Oh, I think that was actually the message. Okay, so February. It's been 3.5, almost 4 months that we've been on this world. Okay. Wood and coal to make a sign. We're gonna copy this. And we're attaching it under the tongue. We'll put it right there. Fish and bait. There we go. And fish and bait. Okay. So that's going to be the fish and bait store. I need to bring over some bronze nails so that I can use those too. Now, the other thing I need to do... Oh, yeah, but you shouldn't worry about it. You should take the game at whatever pace you are enjoying, because people play Valheim for all sorts of different reasons and, like, desires, what they want to get out of the game. So, for example, some people are really only interested in getting through the linear story in Valheim and being done. Get through the story and then they're done with it. Oh, I forgot. I need more stone to finish over here. Free anglerfish. That looked terrifying. Yeah, so some people just want to get through the linear story, be done, carry on, and not, do anything else. And then some people don't really even care about getting through the story. They just want to get access to some of the building material and just start going wild. And then some people will spend most of their time in a creative mode, building from there without, you know, uh, doing the survival aspect of collecting and all that. So it comes down to the individual on what and how you want to do it. And everyone's got different likes and dislikes. If you're playing by yourself, then you get the opportunity to do everything on your own, which lets you kind of pick and choose what you want to do with your time, more so than maybe people playing on a server together where they might not have as much opportunity to choose because they, have other people they're trying to share the experience with. So, whatever you enjoy, if you're in the bronze era, you're probably in my really pretty close to my favorite time period. Bronze, when you start getting into bronze, is when I feel like the game really starts to open up for you. And then you'll get into iron after that. I feel like the game really shifts what it's doing, what it's about, the vibe, and what you want to spend your time doing at that point. I forgot about this lower piece of stone on this side. Let's do... if you're wondering, I do have a number of mods. So that's why I'm able to do some things that you might not have been able to with the twisting and turning of blocks and whatnot. Yeah, so take it, if you want to experience the builds and whatnot, you can take it as slow as you want to. I'm doing a bunch of stone and metal work because I am, in terms of progress in the linear world, I have defeated all but the last boss available. The 1.0 update comes out in 3 months, and we'll have the actual final boss of the game added then. So I'm in Ashlands content, but I have not finished clearing Ashlands content yet. And forgot to bring my hoe. I will at some point finish that part, but I have access to, every build material that there is in the game currently. So what I'm building will likely look a bit different than what, other people might be doing, even that have stone available. So you're in bronze, so you don't have a stone cutter yet to build stonework stuff, which is fine. My suggestion is, if you are enjoying the building and you're enjoying that aspect of things, one thing you could do is build a gray dwarf farm. When you're in the Black Forest, you see those big twisted roots that have purple shine to them, called a gray dwarf nest. I have a video on my channel if you want to check it at some point. But on the other side of this wall right here, right where I'm aiming, there's a gray dwarf nest. I can show you from the free camera. So inside the wall is a gray dwarf nest that I surrounded by concrete to the stone walls to help keep it safe. The gray dwarf nest has the ability to spawn gray dwarfs forever. So as long as that nest survives, it will attempt to spawn gray dwarfs in an area around it. But there's a couple rules. The rules are it has to be on the actual ground, not on a built product like wood or stone or whatever. It has to be on the actual earth. And that part of the earth has to be able to see the sky. And it can only happen within 4 meters of that nest. So I built a little holding area, used some bronze to build some hanging braziers, and now gray dwarfs spawn, and then they die. And then they spawn, and then they die. And then they spawn, and then they die. And when I let the game sit overnight with my character in a safe room here, I'll end up with boxes of stone. I forgot my yeah. So the gray dwarfs drop sap for your torches and fires and whatnot. They also drop stone and wood. So you can have yourself an endless supply of building material for free without having to go do that infinite farming. Granted, it's just normal wood. It's not core wood. It's not fine wood. It's not ash wood. So it is still a limitation, but it's free. You know, all it takes is time being AFK. I have a build video that talks about it a bit more and goes over how to do it. If you just want to check the channel for it. I think I did a short that's like a very TLDR if you kind of already know about them. And then there's a longer one that's more designed around the idea of, you know, somebody who might not know how they work already. Okay, so let me want to fix this walkway over here. Nice. My buddy says that he saw the devs are planning to add variations to currently existing biomes. So, like, you know, maybe a slightly different variation for a swamp or something. A black forest that's all tree stumps was an example he said that they gave. That's interesting. Or a plains that's maybe just all beach. Oh, hello, troll. Troll. All right. Okay, so I want, before I start doing the road, I want to figure out a more, I want to figure out what building I want to put up here next. All right, so oh, let me hide all this stuff. I'm going to send a screenshot to him so he knows how much I've actually explored. I'm going to DM him this screenshot I took. Okay, so I have plans in mind for what to do. Let me update mine. He's suggesting, I don't know if you can read the in-game chat, but he's suggesting that we don't explore too much in order to save ourselves. So he was saying we shouldn't explore too much so that we don't risk exploring too many biomes and not have the ability to generate anything new in this world. And I know that there's a way to delete portions of the map. How would I recommend getting iron? Well, you get into iron when you get into the swamps. I could tell you all you want to know if you want, but I also don't want to spoil anything for you if you're, hoping to figure that stuff out when the time comes. Trying to think if I want this to be like a full road. I think I do. I think I want a legit road here. Stairs and concrete pathing. And if I do that, this would also be the one that I would want to leave open for me to walk underneath. Let me do this. Let me start eyeballing a plan. If I do that, what happened? Yeah, getting iron is just getting into the swamp environment. Okay, so if I'm considering perspective of someone boating by, I think I want to make sure that the next one is raised a bit. But do I want to rotate it? Okay. Warned about the swamp. Well, I would say with the swamp, one thing to note, not all of the trees are destructible. There are some laying on their side that can't be destroyed, and there's some, I just had an idea, and there's some vertical ones that can't be destroyed that have like green glowing goo sacks on them. With that being said, the safest thing that I usually do is use this type of stair. And what I do is, like, if you imagine that this is actually, here, we'll go to a tree. So if you take this, is say this is the impossible to break down tree, what I do is I plop a piece like this. Maybe that's a little too high. I usually plop a piece like this as a way to get up so that it's a jump. The monsters walk underneath it, right? But you can jump up to it. And then from up here, maybe go one more higher, and then up around this tree, build a place to live as your like safe spot to go back to. I usually do that on the coast so that I have easy access to a boat. And if I can, I will pick a spot where a tree is fallen into the water so that I can boat. I can park the boat at the fallen tree and have the ability to just go straight to that tree off the boat, so that I'm less likely for monsters to hit my boat. See this? Nope, right there. Okay, that should be good for a walkway, I think. Let me get back up over here. I can tell you more if you want to ask more. I can definitely answer. But I don't want to spoil for you if you don't want it spoiled. You know, it's one of those things that experiencing things for the first time, you only get an opportunity to do that once. And so some people very much want to go in blind, and some people don't, and that's totally fine too. But you can't become blind after you've seen. So, you know, you tell me whether you want more information and I will give it to you, but I don't want to go straight to giving you the information in case you don't. So I was thinking I could put something right at the top of the hill, but I was also thinking maybe what I should do is just leave space and then do the next store and only do store fronts along this outer coast. I think that'll be the smart move. Go like that, and then go like this. So yeah, with the swamp, the special thing about the swamp is that it has some trees that are impossible to, literally impossible to break. They're so, you know, ancient and preserved, I guess, that it is impossible to break them, regardless of who you are or what. So monsters can't break them. You could bring bosses in, and they can't break them. It's just impossible. So do I want... No, I don't want that to be... Do I want this to be an alley right here? Like an opportunity for... Well, no, because this is going to just be a walkway that's like this. So I'll do it like that, and then I'll just raise some dirt probably. So because those trees are literally impossible to break, it means putting a base on it is completely safe, because normally if you do a raised base, the monsters will break the supports and cause your base to collapse. But if you build attached to one of those, it's impervious to monsters. So now you're 100% safe from any possibility they might have had of getting to you just by destroying what you've got. I think this is going to be the jewelry shop. Yeah, I think that this is going to be jewelry. Here, let me plop a container here so that I can walk over. Oh, I guess a wagon would be useful in this scenario. I could fill the wagon and walk it over pretty easily. Although, is there a mod for better wagons? Make the wagon work better while full, or just act like it's not full? Because the current wagon, I think, is terrible. Attach the cart to tameable creatures? No, because the tameable creatures wander off and do their own thing. Adds a wagon skill. Oh my god, that drivable wagons, except it's like vehicles and tanks and maybe the wagon skill one would make the most sense. I don't need those bones. I don't need those door thighs. Yeah, highly recommend put yourself in a tree house because those impossible to break trees will keep you safe. Um, I usually do that right near the coast. Like I said, try and find one of those impossible to break trees that's fallen into the water. If you do that, you will find yourself in a much better position when it comes to um, when it comes to uh, the safety of your boat. One of the things that took me a long time to get used to was the monsters um, destroying my boats while I was like doing stuff, and that's because my boat was a little too close. So I would I would constantly run into that issue where my boat ends up destroyed because the monsters think it's a great idea to destroy somebody's stuff when they're not around. I don't think I have any of my swamp boat areas available still to show. I think this will work as like a jewelry shop, right? Uh, my idea was to try and show some stuff from the window. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Let me go grab some wood. Start the flooring. Oh, I do not have that much wood here. I do need to go fishing at some point in order to fill out this bait and tackle shop. Okay. Let's start with leveling everything underneath here. Yeah, this one. Okay, 1, 2, half. Let me start with that. Nope, not like that, like this. Is that fine? Yeah, that's the same distance. Let me alternatively try it like this. Ah, that'll be the key difference there, I think. Go like this. Oh, there. Like that, and then that. Do I want a back door out of the jewelry shop? Probably. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so let's get this whole floor done. Yeah, build from containers appears to be real nice. So thank you very much for that, Suji. Definitely a time saver being able to just look and see, you know, how much material I have over here. Oh, man. I think probably here. Make the counter right here. We got nothing to lose. So if I go like this, I could put some shelves here behind. What would be out front? I guess just some miscellaneous knickknacks could be out front here. How I feel, nothing's changed. So if I go like this, oh, you know what? Let me turn that the other way. Oh, and we'll make it just too wide. And make it too tall. You know what we could do? We could just make them floating shelves like this, so that they're a little bit more visible. Ugh. Could do the same on this side too. Of course I want them to be lined up with one another, so let me do this. Thinking about that sub. Let me do this, put two like that. There we go. And I basically lined it up with the one plank there. There we go. Got some shelves now. Now, do I want to make a particularly tall area here? Or, you know what? I just need to make it tall enough to support getting up into a top floor. Really. Although I could make this a bit of a unique corner piece. I go like this, actually. A very small space here. Looks like we're half a block up. Oh. Yeah, I think we'll do this. So I'll go like this. All the way across. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, I missed. Don't mind me. You know, I think that this craft from containers is actually one that Void was telling me about too. Void Vanguard is another streamer that I know that plays Valheim. And we talked a lot about the different mods out there and what we use and stay away from and whatnot. But yeah, this craft from containers is real nice, not having to be like running back and forth. Honestly, it makes me want to put some big boxes over here to be able to just fill repeatedly with the build materials that I need to just have access to. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing that I did in the other builds. I covered up all of the top of the wall pieces. The tops of the stone. Okay, so my buddy's going to sleep, so I don't have to. I'm coming with you, dear Maria, count me in. Okay, I need to do this. I missed. When the lights go up, I want to watch the way you take the stage by storm. The way you wrap those boys around your finger. Let's go like this. Yeah, we'll do that. And then... go like this. It's funny, 2 buildings, and now I feel like I know exactly what to do, where the other 2 buildings, I was much more, you know, still trying to like figure out a plan. I see your name in lights. Alright, so this we're gonna do like this. Whoa. Yeah, we're gonna do this. this one like that. Oh, you can see. Okay, so at the very least, I'm going to go to the front of the building. I don't know how wide of a space I want to give up here. I think I want to start the roof first. I think what I might do is put in a... Oh, you know what'd be kind of cool? Is if I had something that could kind of resemble a safe. What if I did that? What if I did... Oh, what if I did that? What if I did shelves here? And I could put, oh yeah, I could put a metal gate here as if this is, you know, off limits type area. Like extra jewels and gold pile and stuff. Stacks of gold. I wouldn't use the gold pile. Okay, I think we'll also want to run maybe some low shelves here. Let's do it a little bit lower though, so that it matches that kind of. So I'm gonna go like this, and then I'm gonna go at the corner like that. And then I gotta do the other corner. Here, actually, let me do it like this. Give me the space that I need for it. And then shift click and boom. Oh. That's not lined up where I wanted it at all. Rest of my life. Okay, so let me try again. Do it like this. Boink. And then boink. And then boink. Is that right? Nope. So it's a little over. Let me do this one again. There we go. Right, same thing on this side. Sorry, just a second. My wife just told me that she no longer wants to go to the grocery store. She wants me to do a grocery pickup like I had intended to do originally in order for us to avoid having to go grocery shopping at the store. So now I need to put together a grocery shopping list for pickup. I was not planning on having to do that right now. I wanted to do that earlier when I was not busy streaming. I guess she decided that she doesn't want to go out now. I don't know. Tired. She did take the kids to all of their tennis camp things today. So I would expect that she's going to be a bit tired. There we go. Okay. So those are just below the window. Those might not even end up working once I put the ash wood in over here. It be storming. We'll try and get this order in before it's too late. If I get the order in now, I can pick it up in a couple hours. If I don't get it in now, it's going to be like 5 or 6 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, let's get a bag of red potatoes, and let's get some more sweet potatoes. Let's get a thing of fresh bell peppers. I think the jalapenos are still good. I think. I hope. A bag of Roma tomatoes? Sure. Let's add a couple jalapenos just in case. A half a pound of jalapenos just in case they aren't good anymore. I think the avocados we have are ready and ripe, but we're going to get a bag of that anyways, just in case. Yeah. I'm like... Oh, she's... I gotta get the kids lunch in a minute. What? You guys want the dino nuggets for lunch? I think I can do that. Yeah, one more bag of mango, add dino nugs. Do tater tots. Sausage, ice cream sandwiches for the kids. We need milk. Behind, hey, Miss American. I think we still have a good amount of cheese, so I don't want to add more of that. We've got... We'll add one thing of yogurt. I think we still have enough eggs. We'll add another thing of eggs because people are random and eat things randomly. Sour cream. Sorry that you guys are having to deal with me going over my grocery list. Let me put a craft bench inside here. Oh, I have no wood. Let me go get more wood. Meats. We want a tri-tip. We want some steak. We want a turkey sausage. We want a chicken, a salmon, a tilapia. We want a pork tenderloin. Oh, let's do a repair. Oh, let me refill these. Boink, 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 boink. That's great. That is so great. Being able to shift click to just do everything is awesome. Midsummer Crown. We're going to do a couple of those. I might want to increase the range like 40 meters so that I can reach everything in my area here. Let's try that. Let's check the mod setting. Craft from edit 40. Oh, nice. It disallows fine wood and round logs as things to refill from. Nice. Now I have access to see everything. Ooh, a Horn of Celebration. I don't think I have built one of those before. Let's make one. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Dr. Pepper Zero. 2 of those. Let's do 3. 3. And a bunch of these. Sorry, I need to finish this order. Mini drumsticks for the kids also. Ooh. I don't think we have any of the small tortillas, so I'll have to look for those real quick. Because we're doing taco night. Chips. Chips. Barbecue, sour cream. Probably Cliff Bars. This is going to be an expensive grocery pickup. Ready? Getting back in here. Oh. Now, if I don't buy Pop-Tarts, I can stick to my diet, my calories. If I buy Pop-Tarts, I usually end up, like, going a little over. 1 thing of bacon. Don't think we need any of that stuff. I like the Kodiak. Kodiak. Yeah, that sounded wrong. Get another thing of red vines because we're almost out of those. We'll get a thing of waffles and a thing of corn dogs. My freezer's gonna get real full real quick. Use the tissue. Sorry. I don't have any control over what my nose is deciding to do. I don't think we need toilet paper yet. So I need to search for tissue to find the softest one possible. Sensitive teeth toothpaste. Do I love you? Let's try that one. Tortillas. We want the carb counter ones. Small ones. Street taco size. These are 3 tortillas for 110. Yep. Add that. I'm going to add a lime juice because I don't know if we have one. What else? Cilantro. This way, so. Mission brand, Mission carb balance tortillas. Are these the high fiber ones? High fiber, yes. Okay, add that, and then regular tortilla. Apologies for the sitting here doing nothing. What does this look like? Honestly, that might go in the fancy shop. Excuse me. Honestly, it's wild. Normally, when I get a cold, I will find myself sneezing more. But usually not to this degree that I've had this time around. Make one of those. Make one of those. Make one of those. What am I missing for a Drake helmet? Oh, really? I don't have any Drake heads. Okay. I'm out of folding heads. Oh, I don't have Lox pelts over here. I took all my Lox pelts over there. Let me check if my locks are breeding. Put those down. Do a repair. How big is the bell? Oh, that's pretty big. It looks so much more colorful when everything's not grayed out. We're going to take some barrel hoops over. I think in the jewelry store, I want to put a gem cutter's tool. I can't because I don't have another redstone. That's okay. Take a bell over. Hey, Sushi, welcome back. This this mod, this plugin, the mod for craft from inventory is pretty freaking great. One second. Regular flour tortillas. I have to finalize this order for groceries so that I can pick them up in a couple hours. I think that's everything. I'm sure I'm going to forget something. I could add that. I got potatoes on there already. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right. Let me take this stuff over. Oh, I forgot I was out of wood over there. No thanks. Place order. Okay. All right. So I was gonna put in over here a jewelry store. Let me get more material that I need. I hear stuff hitting stuff. The monster's being mean somewhere. Breaking my things. Yep. The workbenches. Come here, dwarf. Little jerk. Die. Got him. Okay, now this is a massive copper deposit. Should I feel like I should collect as much of this as possible before trying to build over here. Okay. So this is going to be the jewelry store. But one of the things I was going to do was... well, if the router was perfectly fine, do you think you can return it? The one that you just purchased? Might be able to, maybe. Oh, doing that wrong. It's wrong angle. There we go. Okay, if I go like that. Yeah, that'll be a good angle, I think. How are you waking up in my room again? Oh, I didn't mean to break that part. I just missed what I was doing. Okay. So order completed. Got it. Okay. Well, can you return it tomorrow, maybe? How would you be waking up tomorrow morning? Hello, my dear. Yes, I can make you lunch. Can you believe that? Kids want to eat? Ah, how dare they? Okay, so that's going to be a back door. I don't know what else to do with that yet, but that is going to be a back door. I do want to make a rear window at least. Damn. Huh? He's at tennis. Okay. All right, let me see. Oh, good. Found a new swamp. That'll be good. I want to do this on here. Boink, boink, boink. There we go. Now those meet up. There we go. Waking up tomorrow morning. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Look at that. Nice little roof. Nice little jewelry shop. Oh, I fell off. Come here, you. Die. Alright. Let me try a raise in the ground here. Level. Raise. Oh, that's too low. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I can walk around and up right there. The roof actually fully fits right there, so that's cool. I didn't have to do anything weird with the roof part. Oh, fall down. There we go, and sheboingen. Alright, this is working out really well, actually. Yeah, I was doing some stuff here different than I had ever done before. So I was a little concerned that it wasn't going to work out the way I wanted, but it's actually working out really well. One thing I'm going to do here is I don't think I want the walls to go all the way over. Actually, so this is what I'm going to do. I want, from the ground floor, I want to be able to look up and have this be fully covered. So what I'm going to do is take this all the way over. I'm out of wood. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else I don't need here. Okay. Let me get a bunch of wood. Trying to think. I don't have an easy access to a wagon that I can pull, that I could fill from beneath and also pull. That's sad, but that's okay. Ugh. Alright. Having a runny nose is one of the worst things. Let me take this opportunity to AFK for a minute. I'm gonna go sort out my kids' stuff. They need lunch, so I'm gonna do that and stretch and grab a drink. Um, I'm gonna just put my AFK character back over here at the dwarf farm, and I'm gonna let that be on screen while I'm gone. Probably like 5 to 10 minutes because I gotta microwave some chicken nuggets for him and uh, maybe grab some carrot sticks or something too. But I will let you watch the dwarf farm in action using this camera perspective while I'm gone. I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Hey, Uka Duyo. I just saw your message. I'm getting ready to hop up. Where do I get the mods from? I use, if you're playing on PC, I use a thing called R2 Mod Manager, and it's connected to, I think, Nexus Mods. It's connected to Thunderstore. So if you go to Thunderstore and get R2 Mod Manager, then you can select your Valheim game, and then you can browse in the selection of stuff they have there. I'm about to get up and go get my kids lunch and use the restroom and stretch for a few minutes, and I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. If you're still here when I get back, just let me know, and I can show you what the mod manager looks like and how to use it. But I gotta go use the restroom and stretch and get water and whatnot. So I'll be back. Ugh, I'm back. Apologies. What did I miss? Do I have a link when I get back? Ukidayo. I don't know how your name is supposed to be pronounced. Ukadayo. Um, yes, I could have been rated, and that's fine. So my safe zone, my here, I'll show you from the free camera. So my base around my spawner is impervious to everything. The only exception is flying monsters. Oh, Caddy. Great. That is much better. Usually, if you're asking my name, it's Kyle. Um, so, Caddy, you were asking about the. Oh, it's Ooh Caddy, not Ookady. That reminds me of the free Shavakadu thing that's been stuck in my head for days. So I am basically impervious to raids at this location because I raised the terrain all the way around, and the monsters don't hit terrain. So the only thing that can get in here is wraiths during a ghost raid and seekers if they come flying in. But I AFK inside of this stone room where I'm pretty safe. Um, as for the mod manager, let me make it to where you can see the monitor and then R2. Okay, so I use the R2 mod manager. Basically, you download and install it, then you search for Valheim, or you can, scroll down to find the game that you want to set up mods for until you find it. So once you find Valheim, you select the game. You say which platform you're on, if you're using Steam or if you're using the Microsoft Store and the Game Pass. That way it knows where the files are. Now you can create a profile. The profile is so that you can have a unique set of mods depending on what world you intend on playing. So for example, I'm on a server right now that's just me and my friends, so I just left it as default. But if I wanted to go, say, play in Void Vanguard's world, I would have a separate profile for Void that is his list of mods that he's given to me that I would install so that I can get into his world, because the game will lock you out of joining worlds often if you don't have the appropriate mods installed. From there, once you've got the game selected and a profile selected, there's the install section, and then there's the online section. Installed is whatever you have installed, and this is everything I've got installed. Online is the entire catalog of available things that you can install. Depending on what you want and how much you want to modify your world, there is an insane list, 5,000 things listed here for mods. Now, if, for example, you want to install something, let's say one of these, whatever, let's see what this one is, Warheim stuff. That's for a French server. Valheim floor plans. So this is multi-level structures in Valheim where they're pre-designed floor plans. So this is like a builder's utility where you can print buildings, so to speak, like using the mod, using kind of a god mode, you can kind of like plop it. So you can see the design layout here, and then it tells you like the number of resources you need. Super intense option, but it'll tell you that these are the dependencies. So the Beppin X pack is like the default dependency that basically every mod relies on. And what Beppin does is makes it to where the mods can communicate with the game. So that's the whole purpose of the Beppin pack. So with the mod manager, you can scroll through and find stuff. If you don't want to just generically scroll through this, there is filter options by category, the type of mod you want, sorting. You can do all sorts of things. And then once you pick one that you want to install, click on it, click download, and then tells you which version you want to get. You download with dependencies. This says that the weapon pack is a dependency. And then install, and you're good to go. And you just click start modded. You do have the option from R2 to start vanilla, but you'll always want to launch, if you want your mods, you want to launch from the R2 mod manager if you're using the R2 mod manager. And if you have any questions about that, just, feel free to ask. Yeah, that floor plan thing looked interesting, but I'm also okay with just, winging it, just building. I am currently working on building my second district as part of my city build. Yeah, so I haven't done single player in a while, so I haven't done world backups in that way. I run off of a server, so my server by default does do backups often, so everything gets backed up pretty easily. It's called R2 Mod Manager. So if you just Google search R2 Mod Manager, you should be able to find it pretty easily. Probably on the Thunderstore website. And then you have the freedom to do what you want with mods and, go as wild as you want to, really. But like Void said, it is always a good idea to back up your world before installing. Some of the mods can be really wild on how much they can affect your world, and they can affect a lot. Thanks for following, I appreciate it. They can affect a lot in your world, so you do run the risk of something breaking, sometimes permanently, sometimes not so much. So it would be a good idea to back up your world files beforehand. Void, Soji talked me into getting the craft from container mod. Oh man, that has been so incredibly useful. Being able to not have to, be running back and forth as much, just having the freedom to just go and build. Yeah, it's really nice, and it's not overly intrusive as mods go in terms of forcing you to participate in whatever it's got going. I set mine to 40 meters so that all my crafting benches inside my base would be able to reach all my storages inside my base. And I think that I'll be happy with that because realistically, I shouldn't need to reach much further. So one thing I was going to do is this is going to be... One thing I really wish that they had was this without the beam attached to it, so that I want to be able to use it like here and have just an angled wall there fill in without shoving a beam through the roof, without having to do, some complicated mess. Because I'm doing overhang on my roofs here, which I think I did more overhang on the other ones. Let me give this more overhang too. But it'd be nice if I didn't have to, you know, do a very modified build to get it to fit without overflowing. See if that works. So having this free camera is really nice too, because then I could just do this and check and make sure it didn't peek through the roof there. All right. You know what? Let me actually just do it like this. I'm gonna just do that. Let me go like this. Let's fix this. Go to auto. I'm gonna just back it up until it meets with that one, because I'm gonna make just a big open window here anyways. There. So I'm gonna leave that like that, and then I'm just gonna put a block here and just leave it a big open window. Yeah, that is another opportunity to fix, is just a roof tile over top of it, because you wouldn't even notice. Having the comfy mod, I had a piece of wall sticking out here, so I just took this and I ended up rotating it so that it shifted and became like that, which got me thinking I can do flat or nearly flat roofs instead of having them always have to peak like this. I could do like a really, really barely sloping flat roof design, just to, you know, break it up and have something slightly different without having to have those massive steep roofs because of the, you know, minimum 26-degree angle. Let's put this here. And then we'll put this here. Yeah, I have not done an extra mod for building pieces yet. I think I want to keep building like this, and if I get to the point of like either being frustrated with a lack of build pieces, or get to a point of just being, you know, out of different options, then I'll consider adding, you know, another thing. One thing I did here that I hadn't done before is I'm usually, if I'm using a mixture of stone and wood, I usually just build the wood on the outside edge of the stone, and then put something, you know, put it there, call it good, and it's done. And I see the way that I'm doing it here, and I'm actually a fan of this because it's making it like an interesting thick build piece there, the way that it's come together. Let me see, let me finish this. So I think what I'm going to do is just make it to where this is a ledge on this side. Yep. Work is work. Gotta do the work. Okay. Computers. Art section. Computers live from tabletop. Dum, 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 dum. Ba, 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 ba. It's insane how many hours I've listened to System of a Down, and I can't say that I fully understand most of their stuff. But a lot of their stuff uh, does not make a whole lot of sense. Uh, I mean, to me at least. Uh, oh, okay. 1 second, I gotta fix something on my server software. There we go. Yep, should be deleted. Cool. I gotta go and the party have a real time. Oh, so many notifications on my phone. Okay. Now I need to do this side. Zoom in, rotate. Wait, where is that one end? Right there. Yeah. Rita. Oh, hey, my bot did do the thing, but it didn't, that's a doorbell. Okay. Okay, let me see. If I do this one. Oh, if I do this one like this. Do I want a roof piece there? Um. Oh, someone left the door open. Okay. Lumia stream. So I just added a few more stream element things. So I was okay. So StreamerBot is cool. It has a lot of things going for it, but also, holy crap, it's complex and it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to manage. There's a lot of like fine details that you have to potentially tweak and alter in order to get it to do what you want. Like, it's a lot. I don't know that that's what I want for my setup. I'm not 100% against it, but yeah, it's a lot. So I had initially, I did add StreamerBot and set up a follow, but then I'm like, this is only pointing at follows. If I want it to point at more things, I would have to make another one that points at, when I get access to subscriptions, or if people are doing bits or whatever, all of, the cheering and all the things, donations. Oh, man, it's so many things to have to consider. So if I just use the Stream Elements one, I can set a custom icon for the follow part, and then I can go at some point and further modify things for all of the other stuff eventually. But for the time being, they've got nice little animated with sounds, and it's got all the text and everything. Like, it's all good to go without me having to do anything or all of the other notices. So, like, I'm okay with that. I want more Loxes to breed, because I'm going to need more Lox hides. Wanted to make bracelet. Isn't Lumia's big deal? Isn't their big thing that they have like the integration with lighting and whatnot? Because I don't have anything special like that set up currently, and no idea if and when I will. Trophies. Yeah, I haven't set anything like that up, so I don't know if I'd bother switching. But also, Stream Elements also has a really relatively easy to use bot system too for commands and all the things. So I think for now I will stick with it until I, have some good reason to switch to something else. And I've got StreamerBot set up, but right now just for the chat. But even then, I'm not sure that I want to use it for the chat because it's problematic. It has all of the chat in one spot, and that's great. But it's not letting me properly toggle sending messages to different people. So, like, I can't control, not different people, to the different platforms. So I can't control where it's actually sending the messages to. It's just, here they're all available, send messages. Even though it's got toggles built into it where you're supposed to be able to do toggles. Let me leave the locks here. I meant to grab the bracelet, not leave it behind. And I should grab more beads. Oh, I meant to... I need to do my farm stuff because I keep forgetting about it, and I don't have much flour waiting for me. So let me do the farming stuff. This shift clicking to autofill every slot of the furnaces is probably the best part of that container deal. being able to reach and just auto do it. That's so good. I have a ton of silver, and I don't know that I need the silver for anything, so I might just end up making silver swords for the next time I want to use, when I build the weaponsmith place. The bear, we can do 2 of this one. Trying to think what other things I might need for the jewelry shop. Oh, you know what? We can do some dandelion wreaths. As if those are, you know, particularly fancy. Flopping those there. Here, what would you trade the pick for? Not sure. There we go. Yeah, I definitely need to breed the locks so that I have enough. Do I keep the whole floor for their living quarters up here? I think so. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let me do that. Hook this here. And let's do a full rail like this. Oh, vertical. Okay, so if I do it like that, I can do... yeah, I can just keep it like that. I was trying to think if I should do like a partition over here, but I don't think that's necessary. The idea is that this is all a private space up here anyways. Kind of thinking about cutting off the space like this. Yeah, because if I cut off the space like... great. Why am I getting raided? At least it's the marching and not the spawners. Oh, I blocked that. Boom, get sent. There we go. So many monsters. Ah. The archer shot the AoE arrow, and it just so happened to be a dwarf right there. Ow! I don't know what this song is, but I don't like it. Ah. There we go. Oh. That was a lot to deal with. Oh, it was a lot to deal with. Okay. So this should make it more cozy here. So we can put the bed, say, here. Furniture. Yep, that's fine. Do I want a back door from the second floor like I did over here? Maybe? Maybe. Let's see. If I were to do a railing. There we go. Feel like that. And why would it pick that up? Oh, what did I just pick up? That took up the space of wood. Whatever. Okay. So I'm kind of doing the buildings slightly based on Red Dead Redemption 2 and slightly based on Zelda Ocarina of Time in how those are designed with their layouts. I'm trying to use a mixture of the two to come up with the areas behind the building in a way that makes sense while not being overly intrusive to the rest of what I'm working on. I might end up having to actually destroy some of that in order to put a tree back in. Although, I might want to stay away from the big trees to not block the view of anything. Oh, duh, I forgot. This whole district over here is a separate district from the other one. One of the other buildings I want to do is another apothecary. And also hide shop. Pine cone. So if I do an actual fir tree back here, that might be rather large. Okay, so that one's at least good now. Yeah, we'll do an actual walkway there. Let me do some more raised dirt here. Like that. And then probably have the stairs start there. Like that. Boink, boink. Do I want to start it that soon, or should I start it one back further? I think further back one like this. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna take those out. Okay. Oh, that one went way into the dirt somewhere. It's gone forever. I want this one to be a step up like that. I think I'm gonna leave this. Oh, wrong one. I think I'm gonna leave this like this for now. Yeah. I don't want to go too big with it. I think I want to leave it like that for now. What sorting mod do I have? I don't have anything for sorting. I am neurotic, so I sort things myself. I usually just have like a couple boxes that I dump everything in, and then, you know, sort from those boxes, grab a inventory full of stuff and go sort them out. I'm out of range of the stone cutter. I had stone cutters spread around, so I think that that means that the monsters probably destroyed the stone cutters that I had. Oh, here's one. Let's see. I don't know what I want to do off the back door of this one yet. Oh, that one is called Craft from Containers. It, oh, it is this one by Rend L0449 is the one that I have. I also have this other one called Config Manager. Come on. Try that again. My R2 mod manager is obviously having issues. And task. Come on. End task. There it goes. The other one that I have here that you can use to configure things is this one called Configuration Manager by Shudnull. That lets me go into this option here for mod settings, and then craft from container, it lets me change the settings. So I change the container range. You can change colors if you want to. Station specific things, hotkeys, and then the container types you can choose to enable and disable different things. That's the only way that you can edit stuff in game, is if it has some sort of a configuration manager available, and that mod allows you to access all of the config files. Okay, so just like the other windows in this town, I'm gonna do Ashwood along the trim. Just do all of these trim parts. I am gonna rebuild this. This is gonna get moved. I'm gonna move it. I think I might just pull that one out entirely, because it's in the way of the building, messing with the visual of it. Because I'm using core wood as like a cornerstone, I don't want to shove it to the corner, and if I go any further, then I'll run into the next one I already pre-placed. This one is already right in front of the store, but it's kind of highlighting this walking path, so I don't want to interfere with that. Let me put away everything I can. I have an inventory full of random crap right now. Stone to put away. Frosting to put away. Random wood bits. I have so many things that I don't... you know what? This is where... Void, what's the inventory one? The one that makes it to where your gear goes into inventory slots, because my bags keep being so full. Is it something inventory, I think? Expands. Let's see. R2. Let's see. Did I look past it? Band World. expand world. Oh, extended inventory. By Azumet, probably, right? Azu extended player inventory. Okay, I will download it and we'll see if it's going to require the server to have it, then I might not use it. Me. Yeah, no problem, Caddy. All right. Let's try launching this with that installed and see if it cares whether or not the server has it. I'm curious, does the um, inventory, does it count worn items, the stuff you're wearing, as part of your weight still? Or does it remove that from the calculations on weight? Not that it's a big deal either way, I'm just curious. No, it's not counting that as weight because it's only showing me at 96. I don't think it's counting that as weight. Oh, no, it is. Okay. I just am not carrying very much. It auto-equipped it too, huh? Interesting. And does it make it so that the wishbone and wisp-blight are separate? Like they don't compete with one another for the space? They aren't considered utility like that? That's interesting. Um, I bet there's mod settings for that one too, huh? Extended player inventory. Oh my god, so many settings. Extra inventory rows. Auto equip items. Number of quick slots. Well, we should probably go with the same number of regular slots, right? And then that way we can have foods. And if I had potions, I'd have ammo and potions on there. I guess for now, while building, it would make sense to have different build tools in different slots. Yeah, I can see that. Wishbone going nuts. Okay, need that there. I don't need the rest of that stuff. All of that can go away. Let me see what else I can get rid of from here. Yeah, this is an impressive addition. That's loadouts. Oh, this is so I could cosmetically look different? Just a full transmog set? That's wild. I do like that helmet, though. Alright. We can save all of that stuff here for now. I should probably bring over bronze nails, whatever fish else, whatever other fish. Oh, no, I keep forgetting. Sometimes I wonder if I'm either on a spectrum or have ADHD, because when I'm doing something like this, or even around the house, I will find myself distracted by something, and then 45 minutes later, I'm like, oh, shit, I didn't do the thing that I intended to do. Oops, you know? Like, so like, I intended to go do my farm and, you know, replenish the stuff out there, feed the, I guess I didn't need to carry that because of the new mod. That's so great. That's so great. Yeah, I intended on feeding the Loxes because, well, the one annoying thing is that this Lox keeps hanging out way over here, and he's not going to be able to, you know, with the other Lox if he's all the way up here. So let's see if I can force him over here. Okay, now they're both here. Have food. Make babies. Oh, I'll need to take iron over there, bronze nails. Yeah, so I've never been diagnosed, but I don't feel like I've ever fully had symptoms of it. But then again, like, I don't know, it's one of those things, like, you never know. But like, I will watch, you know, on reels or stories and shorts, and watch people do the, like, you know, their example of like life with ADD, and they'll do the thing where it's them walking across the house and like picking something up and putting something down because they got distracted by, you know, whatever the new thing is, and then they put the next thing down to go put something else away, and it's like showing how they're often hindered trying to go through life but keep running into, you know, problem after problem of putting something down to pick something up that they were already trying to do. And I find myself doing that a lot in video games, but also like just around the house where I see something, so I go to take care of it. I already know I'm neurotic. Had a doctor tell me that I have a neurotic personality disorder because I have not unrealistic expectations, but like I have expectations for the way things ought to be. And apparently, because it like can cause me anxiety when things aren't the way they ought to be, that is kind of like the threshold for neuroses. I don't have like OCD, so like, you know, like this missing gap, that's annoying, but it is what it is. I don't have OCD. It's fine. But like, I don't know, stuff in the house, the toilet paper roll, if it's rolling away It's wrong. I have to fix it. I have to fix it. And then I, thankfully, have gotten to a point that, like, if it's wrong, it's not a big deal. I just fix it. And that's how it is with most of the things I'm kind of neurotic about now. Is just, if it's wrong, I'll just fix it and carry on. Not that big of a deal. Instead of, you know, letting it cause problems in my relationships, which is where I was in the past. Cultivate the edge there. Yeah, so my thing, the reason that my brain says that it has to roll towards you is that I've got kids. They're not as little anymore, but I've got kids. And when they're learning how to toilet paper and use toilet paper on their own, if it rolls away from them, they will often not be able to grab it well or whatever, and it'll be a problem at one point or another. It'll create a problem where the toilet paper roll is, you know, stretched all the way down across the ground, and it's just like a big mess all of a sudden. And rather than have that mess, my brain says, just always have the toilet paper roll forwards so that it's never an issue again, because then it's rolling towards them and it should never be a problem. And so like that's just one of those, like, my brain did the math and therefore that's the math. And I'm sorry if anybody else can't understand my math, but that is my math. And my math will always math to that from now on. Always. No matter what age my kids are, my math will always say that it's better for it to just roll forward. And then also, on occasion, I'll hit my knuckle into the wall trying to grab toilet paper, and it'll just be annoying when you punch a wall trying to grab toilet paper. I look so cool right now. No, I mean, the patent is whatever, right? Like, it's one of those things that, like, technically, everyone and anyone can do whatever they want, and that's fine. But for me and my sanity at my house, the toilet paper needs to roll forward to make it easier for the kids to use. And that's, you know, basically the end of it for me on that regard. I can't have it any other way and be okay with it. So it looks like for plant everything that if you have 5 of the object, you can plop down a permanent regrowable item. And then it'll regrow. Okay, so like if I wanted to, I could take a couple stacks and make like berry farms with my berries so that I don't have to go on berry runs running in the wild. That is good to know. I might do that then. I might make some form of a berry farm to just have berries for days. I like that it announced to me the ores that it put in. That's nice. Yeah, I might do that then. Mushrooms. I have a cave nearby I can do for mushrooms. Because that'll make sense. But I have a troll cave that I'm gonna label as like a torture chamber. I'm trying to force myself to sit in a way that I normally wouldn't, because I read a recommendation online. You're familiar with the body because you've got, you know, some physical problems similar to mine. So I have uh, one. I have a pes cavus deformity, which is a extremely high arched foot, and then two, I have a hip impingement, pretty noticeably Im- impinged hip in my left hip. Um, so my pes cavus deformity seems to be constantly making my arches, my not my arches, my Achilles rather tight. And the recommendation I saw online was to one, stretch them, right? So like pulling your toes up towards yourself is a good way to stretch your Achilles. But I also found out from recent x-rays that I have bone spurs on the back of my heels where the Achilles attaches. So, like that's an extra added concern. I don't know how much, if at all, of an effect it's having on me yet in terms of those, if those specifically are causing any problems or not. Bronze nails. Almost forgot. So I don't know if I've got a bone spur where the plantar fascia connects to the heel on the left foot, I believe, and then on both feet where the heel, where the Achilles attaches to the heel, I've got bone spurs. And so I'm trying to sit. The recommendation I saw online was, even though it'll seem weird on your back, is to slightly slouch so that it rolls my hips in a more forward position so that it's in a more open stance, and then sit wider, and then try and have my hips sitting up higher than my knees to try and help again with the not impinging on the hip. A lot of things. Trying to do all the things at the same time. But it's a lot, and it's also weird, to try and forcibly sit in a weird position like that. I do feel like it's not causing as much of that sensation that I'd been having for the recent days, where it feels like it would feel like my like the butt bone in my left butt cheek was sitting like on a bruise or on a pressure point, which to my understanding is the sensation that occurs when your impingement is pulling against your sciatic nerve, and like that's where you're feeling it, in the sciatic nerve pull area. That scared me. The ask just lashed out, made a scary noise. So yeah, fun stuff. Trying to sit in a weird way on purpose to have it cause relief. I'll be fine. Honestly, it's kind of also nice having this little bit of whisk light. If I have, let me turn this off. Okay, so if I transmog this helmet, it's removing the Derviger numbers off of it, or the light part of it. Oh, you're fine. I was just saying that it feels weird to be forcing myself to sit in a an odd way that feels like it should be wrong because it's kind of a slouch, but that it's supposed to be overall better for me, to try and alleviate that sitting on a nerve under my butt cheek. It's like my back makes me want to sit up, but then again, when I'm sitting up, I can feel that like pinching in my hip, and I can feel that my like left butt cheek is feeling like it's feels like it's sitting on a bruise or a pressure point. So it's like trying to tilt the hips in that forward position. Hey Sujiban, how's it going? How's your I have tried a kneeling chair. How's your no power doing for you? Is that remedied yet, I hope? I tried, I guess, a cheaper kneeling chair, you know? It was $60 off of Amazon or something. So the issue that I ran into with the kneeling chair, well, okay. I tried the kneeling chair months ago before I did 8 weeks of physical therapy, but also during physical therapy, they gave me an injection in my hip to try and see if that would relieve pain from the hip impingement. So after the injection, the pain didn't stop, but it moved, or part of it stopped, I guess. So it used to be that my like biggest issue when it came to pain in like an all day, everyday kind of pain was that my thighs were just constantly sore as if I had just done leg day. I remember, you know, working out in the gym on base in the military, and I remember what it was like to push your legs really hard, and that level of soreness and like physical bruise sensation that you would feel, like touch your thigh after leg day, and it feels like there's a bruise even if you can't see one, because it is effectively bruised, you know, on the interior. So I would have this sort of bruising sensation all day, every day. Like deep bruise sensation in the thighs all day, every day. And after the injection, about a week after, that sensation went away. But my thighs are still sore, and I feel like I've noticed hip-related pains more now that I hadn't had before, or hadn't noticed before. But I think it's because I am not noticing, like the thigh pain is not as abundant. So I think that that is sort of unmasking what, you know, was previously sort of hidden due to the thigh pain, right? So the thigh pain was masking these other pains. I've done a lot of research, and I hate to say it like that because it makes me sound like, you know the kind of people that I mean when I say I've done my own research. I've talked to doctors and they've confirmed, but I've also, you know, looked up on stuff online and found studies and confirmed that when your body is feeling pain in one area, it can often mask the pain in other areas. And so, yeah. So, I think that by getting the steroid injection in the hip, it helped reduce the pains I was feeling in the thigh, but that in reducing that pain, it's opened me up to feeling uh, these other pains. So it's complicated. Um, Trying to, you know, deal with all of it and deal with the VA at the same time and all of the stuff associated with it can be complicated. Um, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that the the hip impingement is causing, continued issues, just differently. So I talked to the doctor tomorrow afternoon. Actually, I'll get to speak with him, the guy who ordered the injection, and then I'll get to go from there. I'll get to go from there on figuring out what he recommends next. Yeah, it's so weird because, like, I never had anything wrong with me as a kid. As a kid or teen, I played basketball every day after school from the time I was 12 to playing a couple times a week after 18, into my early 20s. I would play a couple times a week. Basketball was my 100% go-to for physical activity to do. And at some point in the military, when I was in basic, my high arches started collapsing, and there we go. Holiday log. Is that right? Yeah, let's do right there and right there. Yeah, so, fun stuff. Is what it is. No choice but to deal with it and carry on. But it takes a lot to try and... Oh, yeah, like a Yule log for Valheim. That was my dwarf farm that was just running. I made a I used AI and made a song. I have not yet made a music video for it like I intended to, but I do intend at some point to make a music video for this Ashland song that I partially wrote. Here, let me play it real quick. It's an Ashland song based on some input I gave it. And I plan on making a music video for it. I just haven't done it yet. And who knows how long before I get there. What I want to do is I'll probably have to use my buddy and use my third-person camera thing and have it record him while he's doing combat and just fighting a bunch of stuff so that I can get a bunch of, like, different angled shots to get it to come across properly. All right. Here, this should play across. Suji, I try to be. But I have also been known to have a potty mouth, so I try to be. Uh, yes. I mean, probably more than sometimes, but yes, I try. I try to mind my tongue, but uh, I wouldn't consider myself family friendly just because I'm gonna say what I'm gonna end up saying, whatever comes out. Um, I have 3 kids, and we've got a neighbor kid who hangs out a lot. And my go-to with my kids is, "You're not allowed to say it. You're not old enough," right? So I just kind of leave it like that with my kids. You're not old enough to say it, so don't say it. Um, and that works out well enough for the kids. This one came together nice and cozy like. Yeah, this one's really just nice and cozy. Um, I want to see. This is the right one. Trying to look. I would love if there was a way to place items other than item frames so that I just didn't have to farm endless amounts of it. Uh, Oh yeah. What strongest of your school? Better build than your 3 sport teachers. What I guess what grade are you or age? Rotate, rotate. Put this over here. Oh, I meant to grab some iron so that I could do a door. I'll need to bring the forge over. There it is. In your 5th year and 11 years old. Oh, okay. Okay, well then I will try and watch what I say for you. I assume your parents probably don't want you watching people that are using bad words too much. Let's see. Angels up in the clouds, so jealous knowing me. Something so out the ordinary. I'm gonna put the horn here. You work out 4 times a week? Oh man, I don't work out at all. We're gonna put that right there so that it's visible from the window. Well, you were asking if I was family friendly, so I wasn't sure if that was the reason you were asking. You know what? Let me actually, I don't want to make that many high up ones. Let me do it like this. We're gonna do just lower shelves. So that stuff stays visible for walking by. Let's see. Put one here. You're just not allowed to watch Portugal. Oh. I think I know what you're saying. That's fine. I mean, I don't know that you'd be old enough for that, right? Like, gosh, my kid's 12, going on 13. I don't think I'd have him watching that stuff either. Let's see. I'm gonna try this. Let's see if this works out the way I want. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so I'm gonna put ones like this in all of these different slots. Oh, not enough fine wood. I don't want to farm more fine wood. Let's see. 7, 6, 8. That's upside down. That's also shining. Why is that shining? I don't know what's that, the bear one. Why is it shining like an item that's fallen? That's annoying. Yeah, I just won't have that one here. Oh well. Oh, I guess you know what I could try? I could try an on the wall one. Still glistening like a dropped item. That's annoying. Ah! Okay. 6. 6. 7. 8. 7. 7. 6. 6. 7. 8. Oh, that's a piece of jewelry I can put over here somewhere. The brooch. Yeah, I don't want to put the necklaces down because I don't want them being all shiny and glistening like dropped items. Okay, so I need a little bit more fine wood for this. I need light in here. Do some torches upstairs. I need more resin over here. There we go. Alt B. Let's do a dead one here. Great. That okay. There we go. Pickable branch. That's cool. Raise that a little bit. Okay, let me drop stuff. Oh, you know what? I wanted to put a bell in there. We put a bell here. I don't know how big it is. I don't remember. Big? Oh, that's big. Yeah, that's okay. I think that's fine. Okay. We'll put some stuff in here. Oh, I did want to include a key back there, so let me get a little bit more fine wood. Do I have fine wood over here? Yes, good, good. Fine wood, ash wood. Let's take that stuff over too. And coal. And take over the fish that I've got here. Oh, it's storming. I might be able to find some more fish out on the coast. Oh, let me toss this stuff that I don't need. Let me grab a Yggdrasil wood and wisp because I'm gonna redo some of those. So now that I've got the buildings in place, I might actually redo a handful of these overhead light things just so that they don't cover the buildings visually. Drop the metals in here. Drop stone in here. There we go. Here's something hitting. I need to get a rusted buff again. Hey, nice. Oh, so you got power back if you just found a sunken crypt, then you've got power again and you're able to get going. Gotta check something real quick for the wife lady. Man, a kid came through and then left the door open. Oh, that one's not working for some reason. By starting it. Okay. Yeah. Yep, those are out there. Not too high. That is too high by a smidgen. Let me make it lower. Man, I remember what it was like when I was first starting, and gray dwarfs swarming me would have murdered me. Unstoppable today. Okay, so those are equidistant apart right now. Those are fine. Oh, wife lady. I'm unstoppable. Am Alright, go this way. If I do that, I think keep it smaller. Like the original ones I did. Yeah, I think that's fine. So this one's good. This one's fine. This one is not okay. It's intrusive. This one I can move to here. So if I go like this, it's going to go straight across to here. If I try like this, go like this, it's going to go straight across to there. Yeah, that'll be good. Doji, did you figure out how to deal with the Surtlings yet? There we go. We'll do that, and then we'll get rid of this one. Okay, so for the fish and bait place, I think one thing I want to do is have him hanging a fish right out front as a also like a big notice of, hey, we've got a fish here. Oh, that is not a big enough fish. I think we'll have to grab some bigger fish. I might want to bring stuff out from bigger boxes just so that I don't have to keep doing boxes and boxes and boxes. What was I looking for? To do another crown. And key. Okay, I'm gonna turn this one sideways. Really happening. Never be happy again. If you can wait till I get home. Oh, you know what'd be good is if I got more treasure chests from the Brenna dungeons. That could be good. Not sure what else would be good in here. I don't remember what color. Is it F? 4, 5, 6. What if what if they had creative names? Tavern. Oh, it got rid of the white. There we go. So the tavern's going to be called Drunken Derviger. The fish and bait place is going to be called Hooked. I don't know what I should call the place with rare items. What would be a creative name for it? I just named it the Jewel for now. Oh, XP and drop that. I'll think of something, I'm sure. Get there. I'll get there. First, let me put this trollfish up. Not the biggest trollfish. I'll need a bigger one, honestly, for what I want this to look like. Maybe I'll have to spend some time fishing later. Oh, you know it'd be good. Nope. Stop. I hate when I accidentally put my hammer there. Okay, first let me check. If I did an item stand, that's a standing item stand. What does the thing look like on it? Looks like that. Oh, actually, it said it had a change orientation, so let's try. Oh. Ugh. And if I do a wall-mounted one, it just goes sideways from it. Hey, you left the door open. What do you want, sweetie? Ooh. We will name it Rarity for now, until I come up with something better. Because My Little Pony. Okay, so for the fish shop, I think I'll just go like this for now. Oh, I need to put stuff in here. It's gonna eat up so many item frames. Yuck. Okay, I got 3 different types of bait that are gonna go here. Alright, we'll do 6 and 6 here, and we'll do 7 and 7 and 8 and 8. Okay, and then here we will put some different fish. We will do an anglerfish there, and a trout there, and another trout here. Ugh. I think what I'll do is I'll put some barrels here as a space filler. Cats are crazy. Alright, now I need to make an extra hook and an extra fishing pole. I also need to put in a door latch here. Okay. Okay, let me take over. I don't think it'll reach. Okay, what if I set this mod range for craft from containers? What if I set it to 100? Um, this. What am I missing for this? I'm not in range of a forge. Okay, I can bring a forge over. Okay, my groceries are going to be ready in just a minute, so I only have a few more minutes until I have to go. Okay, we're going to plop a forge here. And we're going to put that there. And then we're going to put furniture barrel here. Like that. Good? Yeah. Okay. So, one thing I think we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, it's so nice having a long range on this build thing. That's so nice. Alright, so I think what we'll do is we'll just have it look... No, I think we're going to have to do actual meads. Should we... People should be eating, right? In the tavern? Or should we make it just drink? I think we'll make it just drinking in the tavern. And what I'll do is I'll put bottles behind the bar of various designs. Overall, I think this looks pretty good. Okay. Yeah, extending the range is totally worth it to not have to go transport items back and forth all the time. So, what I might do here, I think I'm gonna do that. Do I want it like that so that it goes outward and away to kind of point at this? No. No, I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna keep what's there already because I think it's working. I'm gonna not bother changing that one. If I do change it, it won't be anytime soon. Oh, I didn't mean to break that one. There we go. Okay. We're going to keep that like that. Keep that like that. That's funny. I'm actually out of range of the Dervinger lanterns. Now I'm out of range of Black Forge, but I could build another one to be able to do a Dervinger lantern here. Let me check and see what it looks like. Where is it? There. I think that looks like it could be interesting. I need to put a door in. Oh, nope. Block's going crazy. Come here, you little... There they go. Okay, yeah, so I extended the build range a lot. That is looking good. I am gonna have to get more fish. Let me build a crafting table in here real quick. But you know what? I think a workbench might actually look good in here. Like, it makes sense. Can you make fishing poles? What does it take to make fishing poles? Bizzle harpoons take level 2. Okay, but why do I not see fishing pole here? Is a fishing pole made from a forge? Or is a fishing pole a purchased item? Oh, it's purchased, isn't it? Hmm. Okay, let me plop stuff here that I want to keep over here. Well, I guess with my build range, it doesn't really matter what I keep over here or not, because I can just always build it. Okay, I've got to call it quits for here. I'm sad because I want to keep going with what we're working on, but I do need to call it quits here. I have to go pick up groceries and tend to reality. Stupid reality. I doubt I'll be back later. I should be on tomorrow though. Normal as usual. In the morning until early afternoon. And then we might go to the lake on Friday, so I might be gone on Friday. Don't know yet. Ah, yes, picking up groceries, the best part of the afternoon. I'm being raided. What? Why am I getting raided by these undead armies so much lately? Like all day. Let me go deal with this real quick, I guess. How did you even get in here? No, we have not gone for Fader yet. Ow. Yeah, honestly, this is kind of crazy how this is 4 raids today, I think. Yeah, it's just it's weird because like all of last week, you know, I'm building for 6 hours and don't get raided at all. And then all of a sudden today, I've been raided like 6 times. Like it's weird. I guess it is a dice roll. So like, sure. But honestly, it's like maybe I tweak the raid settings and reduce the number because it's a bit more of an annoyance. Yeah, it's just more of an annoyance at this point than anything because it's not like they're hard. I just have to, you know, eat a health food and go beat some guys up and then it's over. But just tedious. Okay. I'm looking. Last time when I was showing Soji the boat earlier, I saw that I had a bunch of fish down here. I grabbed them, but I wanted to see there was another storm. I wanted to see if I got any more fish down here. I wanted to look about like resetting dungeons and stuff, if that's an option. So when you kill Brenna, you get her treasure chest, right? And I turned one in and I went and I cleared one other tomb and got another chest. I don't mind doing the work of clearing the dungeon, right? But I would like more of the treasure chests to be able to use as placeable items out here, you know, for decoration purposes. Didn't mean to use that power. I hope you Loxes are getting jiggy with it. Okay. Oh. Oh. I just put everything away and now I got more random crap I gotta put away. Neat. Gosh, I guess with building items from any distance, it kind of makes it to where sorted inventories aren't as much of an issue. I mean, not terribly sorted at least. While I was building there, I didn't want to run back for something, so I extended the range to 200 so that I could reach the items all in my base without having to go run back and forth again. Because honestly, that's just going to save me a ton of running time and not like... I don't feel like that's too cheesy. As long as I'm only using it for when I'm building my base, and if I nerf that back down to like 40 when I'm not building like this, I think that that'll be a fair way to use that mod and not have it be, you know, overpowered. Okay. I have more metal than I've ever had before. And I'm going to use the crap out of it. Yeah, I don't know how all of that works. And I think that might have been when I was trying to raid. For the collaborative stuff, I think we would just have to be streaming at the same time, and we can choose to collaborate with one another. And realistically, it would probably be good if we were playing together when we did it. But I think the collaborate thing is when people are doing all of the stream together stuff. I had never raided anybody before, so I wasn't sure, because all of a sudden I got the extra pop-ups for, you know, picking the raid target and the countdown timer for it. I was like, this is all new. And sometimes the buttons are not labeled very well. Okay, but that's it. I gotta go get groceries. Thanks for hanging out and lurking and hanging out and all that stuff. I'm super new with all that stuff too, but yeah, I mean, I would be down at some point to. It's hard. Like, I want to do more things, but also I want to keep doing what I'm doing here, and I don't know that I have the time to spread it out amongst multiple things. But like, I would love to do a server that's more heavily modded like yours, where it's got seasons and the mining and the extra building pieces, but also at the same time, I'm enjoying what I'm doing here. So it's like, I can't spread myself thin, especially when we're only 3 months before Deep North. So it's hard, for sure, to try and make those choices. So, yeah, it's like, I want to do all the things, but I'm going to keep doing just this thing. I have to let my character go AFK at the farm so that I have enough wood and stone to keep building on the build days. And I use this alternate character because it doesn't have any keys against it. So I get less raids. Or I should get no raids, although I think it is capable of sending Ashland raids at me. But I'm not 100% on that, how all of that works. I just know that that character has, like, no keys. But hey, there you go. A Yule log of monster murder. Alright, I'm out of here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, man. I think you said you go live on Fridays and Saturdays, so next time you go live, I'll be there.